All right, guys, hopefully, yep, there we go. All right, we are ready to begin. How's everybody doing today? I know this is kind of not a normal day for me to go on live. It's Sunday. We got an empty house, so I'm here by myself. This is a perfect time for me to stream. Okay, so let me swap out some glasses for my painting glasses. Let's do a little wipe down first. Okay, so I finished a British platoon for our Canada's Crucible. The Canadians. I finished one infantry platoon and a couple anti-tank guns, some machine guns, some trucks. Well on our way to getting that taken care of, but I have a number of German transports that I need to get taken care of, so I figured today would be a great day to do it. Not just that today would be a good day to do it, but that what am I trying to say? I had these vehicles already. Yeah, okay. I'm moving stuff around on my screen. Sorry. Just getting everything squared away. I put these together over a week ago to maybe 2 weeks ago to paint, and then I got a commission in, so I had to start painting on the commission, and then so I put these on the shelf, and then when I got the British Battlegroup in from Flames of War, I decided that I wanted to paint some British infantry, so I decided to paint some British infantry. And so I did all that, and these guys were still sitting on the shelf. So I was like, what the hell? Let's go ahead and paint them. Let's paint these bad boys, because I had them ready. Now, I have a few more half-tracks and a few more trucks that will have to be painted in the near future, but they're still in the bag or the box or on the way, and I didn't want to overwhelm my desk with too many models, because then I would get into a rut and maybe not finish them. I have one last Pop-Tart to finish. So if you hear me chewing or not talking, it's probably because I got part of a Pop-Tart in my mouth. Okay. I got the colors out that I think I'm going to be using on this allotment. And I did a little research this morning before the video started. I was really looking forward to, and I still might do it just for GP, but I was looking forward to this Dash 10 and 3 of these Dash 1s being, these are 250s. I was going to paint them in ambush pattern. And I was going to, okay, this is a mortar. This is a Dash 7. This is a Dash 10. And these are all late war 251s. And these are all early war or mid war 251s. There we go. And then this is the mortar. That's a -9, -2, -7. I should have some -3s coming in from Forged in Battle, and that's what I was saying. Those can be put off. Now, the gray ones, I was just going to paint solid gray and let them be gray. The yellow ones, I was going to do like some of them in camouflage, some of them solid, and just trying to go that way. And I was thinking I was going to do an ambush pattern because I'm painting them up for the 12th SS. But doing a little research, I found that the 12th SS didn't use the ambush pattern until the Ardennes. In the Normandy campaign, it was more of a what is that pattern called? It's called a mottled, like speckled, spotted, something like that, which I can definitely do, but I really wanted to do the ambush pattern. And so I could do the ambush pattern and it'll just be the wrong camouflage. But it'll be good for, like, when we play some Ardennes games. It just won't be right for Normandy. Or I could just paint them up for Normandy and not worry about it, because ambush is a little bit more complicated. Okay. So when I thought about that, I was like, oh yeah, by the way, this guy is on there with a magnet. Got a magnet down inside there. Got a magnet right there. Boop. Perfect. The only turret out here. Okay, so I went overboard with crew. You can see, like, there's crew in every one of these vehicles, you know, which there should be. But I guess on the gray vehicles, well, maybe not these, but maybe the gray vehicle. I don't know. I was thinking on the gray vehicles, I would use field gray for their uniforms. And then the tan vehicles, I would do like a P-dot camouflage. But I think some of the gray vehicles should also have the P-dot. I don't know. I just don't know. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is definitely paint some of these guys with field gray. I mean, I could even do the guys in the other vehicles with field gray. It's just I want to do some P-dot on some of these. And they're not crew, they're infantry. They're not like tank crew. They're infantry that man the weapons when they're in the half track, right? So, like, the machine gun is manned by one of the guys in the squad. I even believe that the driver is part of the squad, but he just doesn't dismount. Specifically in the game. So if the armored or Panzer Grenadier squad is supposed to have 10, right? The game only fields 8 because 2 of them stay with the vehicle. If that makes any sense to you guys. All right. Yeah, I wanted to talk a little bit about Battlegroup. I've been doing a little thinking about this. Yeah, I've been doing some thinking about artillery in Battlegroup. I've played a number of games of Battlegroup, and in every game, the artillery is the dominating factor of the game, which might be realistic, but it's no fun, if that makes sense. It takes like 3 extra rolls to do an artillery action, because you gotta call. Let me rephrase that. You gotta establish a connection with the artillery unit, calling in for fire or what have you. Yeah, you got to establish a connection. Then you got to place a token on the table showing where you're calling in the artillery. Then you got to roll to see if there's any deviation. And then you got to roll to see where the deviation is. And you have to roll to see if you hit anybody. And the diameter of artillery is just so big. It's 10 inches, I do believe. It's been a minute or so since the last game. But it's so big. That's what she said. No, it dominates the battlefield. Okay, on these guys, I think I'm just going to do pants in field gray. And so it pretty much boils down to which player has the most artillery or the most FOs or the biggest guns. And I think there just has to be something done about that in the rules. Now, because we don't play tournament style or your points against my points. We don't play like that. We're playing scenarios or campaigns, etc., etc. With me usually being the referee of the campaign or the scenario. I think I'm just going to change the rule. Do a little house rule action, right? The house rule is going to be something like you get so many shells or so many rounds of artillery, not unlimited, because that's usually the way it works. Basically put a limiting factor on shells. Either that or reduce the area of effect. Because you can do something called interdiction fire, which is a 20-inch radius, right? That's half the table. You know, if the table's only 48 inches across, 4 feet, you know, so you're definitely interdicting. There's a reduced chance to do wounds, but there's still a chance. You know, well, that's why you would do it, you know, because you want to hurt the enemy, but you also want to prevent them from moving through a certain area. So there's an increased chance of pinning them. Which I like. I like the option for interdiction and all that. But unlimited every turn, just constant barrage, it's just unreasonable. And then there's this rule where you can have a pre-plotted point on the table and you mark that on your map. That's off out of game so nobody can see it except for the ref or whoever. And then if you call artillery on that pre-plotted spot, you don't even have to roll to establish connection, and there's no deviation. So it just comes in right there. Boom, 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 boom. And if it's a 10-inch radius, and if it's like on a road right where you would suspect the best place to put it would be, it's just okay. When playing lengthwise, it becomes very important. If you were playing widthwise, it's not that bad. It's not that big of a deal. And my understanding is most like point-based games are widthwise, but a lot of the scenarios are longwise. And so these artillery barrages become even more impactful when you're going down the long edge of a battlefield. So, man, sniffle, sniffle. Okay. Believe it or not, there is a guy in here. He's manning a flak gun, and all you see is his helmet poking out on the top. And then his jacket underneath. And whatever mount that is that holds the gun up. Okay. Notice I skipped a few because I'm going to do some camouflagey. Not. Yeah, that guy kind of looks like he could definitely be SS. Him too. Okay. Yeah, I'm just going to paint those guys up as SS. The rest of them, basically. Except for maybe this guy. Except for maybe this guy's pants. I don't know. Can I even get in there? Get this light on this thing? Oh, damn, I think I... Okay. I think I hit it. I was thinking about painting his jacket field gray as well. Yeah, I'm going to paint this guy field gray. But I decided against it. Now, this guy, I am painting his jacket field gray and his pants. He's going to be out of place. But the second guy, he's going to be P dot. Now there's a guy here that looks like an actual tank crew member. Looking through his binos, but I'm gonna paint him P dot as well. Yeah, his hat should probably be field gray. I'll probably have to come back and fix the hat. I'm painting this just to remind me that his hat's going to be field gray. I don't know if that made any sense, but same thing with this guy. Because when I paint the flesh and the hair, I'm sure I'm going to get it on the hat. I usually paint hats after I do the hair so that it sits right. But since I got the field gray out, I just figured I'd hit it. And then when I go to paint the flesh, it'll remind me to touch those up. Okay. I think everyone else is going to be P dot. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to tweak and fiddle around with the artillery rules in my campaign because I don't want artillery to be dominant. I know that in the game you have to pay points for artillery. You know, to have artillery, you have to pay these points, and those points could have been spent on troops or whatever. So either the points are too low or the artillery is too powerful. That's my feedback for Battlegroups artillery. Oh, I got a little bit of a sniffle today. We also started about an hour early today because I was ready to go. I gotten all these miniatures out last night. I was thinking I was going to start painting on them last night, but I had other projects going, and I just finished the British infantry, and then basing, and then putting clump foliage on the bases and all that while I was playing a D&D game with my friends online. I just didn't have enough time, so I gave up. What do we got going on here? I can't read that. Well, Glamour Smashed Face says E-yup. Whatever that means. Or is that yep? Yep. I don't know. For those of you who are curious, today we have apple cider. Want to take a break from my tea that I've been drinking quite a bit of. All right, so for the base of the 12th SS, which is the Hitler Youth, the Hitler Jung, or Hitler Youth, the base is cork. I know. Strange color. Let's get a good mix. I think is good. Okay, well, I'm not painting a whole company. I'm just painting a bunch of crew members. So I don't know how much I'm going to need. Okay. Sniffle, sniffle. All right, so now, because this is one of the first colors going on, I'm not even painting the boots yet, which, believe it or not, I'm going to actually get down there and paint some boots. It's okay if I get it on their face or their hands, because this is really just the base coat. The undercoat, because all the other colors go on top of this, and very little of this color actually shines through. Cork is a good starting point for the camouflage. And again, if I get it on their helmet or face or hands, it will be fine. Boots. I just don't want to get it on the yellow of the hull. I can hit the machine gun with it. It's okay. That's no big deal. I just, again, don't want to hit the inside hull. So I'm being careful about that, because the inside hull is already primed the dark yellow, and that's the color that I want it to be on the inside. All right, there we go. Okay, well, this is going to take a hot minute. Because I got like over 20 little dudes that I got to do. 20 little dudes. It's easy, not complicated. It's because I'm not being extra careful. I'm just trying to not get it on the side of the half track. Yeah, I can see I'm going to need more paint. Kind of like a pink orange. Like a weird color. Because I always thought cork was more of a brown. You know, like dark brown. But that might be commercial. Bulletin board cork or whatever. Because like wine cork, I still think it's dark brown, right? I don't know. This doesn't scream cork to me. It screams like pink almost. But I guess it has to dry. Now I haven't painted any of the helmets because every helmet so far, as I've gone, doesn't have a helmet cover. These are all metal. I'm still going to camouflage the helmet, but it's going to be a paint camouflage because the Germans at Normandy did a lot of that. They painted their helmets in camouflage patterns. And I double checked, and yes, the 12th SS did that as well. It wasn't just limited to certain other divisions or whatever. And before you get on my case, if they have a helmet cover, I am going to paint it P-dot. I know I'm not supposed to. It should be like an oak leaf paint or something like that, oak leaf pattern. I know that. You don't have to say, well, actually, Derek, you're supposed to paint it with a oak leaf pattern because they didn't make P-dot helmet covers. You don't have to do that, guys. I know what I'm doing. Sometimes it might go against what you like or what you know is true, but that's okay. Get over it. Get over yourself. What I do sometimes is paint it with inaccurate colors, very rarely. I try to stay as accurate as possible. But I have no problem deviating from historical norms for a couple of reasons. Does it look good? That's the primary reason, right? That's just one of the many reasons, but if it looks good, I do it. Aesthetics over realism. Always. Always. Another thing is the scale of the model. when you start getting smaller figures, the colors tend to get darker. It's just the way the human eye works. And I've learned recently that AK understands this. They have actually something called a scale color. Which I was pretty amazed that they even mentioned it. But they have something called scale color, which basically the color in the pot changes based on what scale you plan to be painting it on. And I was happy to hear that. Because I've been having to kind of guess what the color should be based on the scale of the model that I'm painting. You know, like this field gray that I'm using, the Tamiya field gray, it works excellently on 15 millimeter models and smaller, like 6 millimeter or whatever. But yeah, if I was painting like a Warlord Games model, like a 28 millimeter, I would not use that field gray because it wouldn't be the right color. Because the larger your model, the lighter the color appears. It's actually the other way around. It's the smaller it is, the darker it is. So you look at it in the paint pot and you say, oh, this is perfect. But then when you apply it to the model, you're like, wait a second, that's like super dark. So that's another reason why I don't always use the exact color that's required. Specifically like gear, like canteen covers or ammo pouches. Things that are small and would blend in with the uniform color. That would almost disappear on the model. I will adjust the color to make your eyes to make your eye go to that item and actually have it highlighted or contrast. That's the word I'm looking for. Okay. Oh, wait, we got some more chats going on. Hang on, guys. Again, I will be looking at the models more often than the chat, so when you come up, I might not see. Like hay up? I have never heard that term. And yes, maybe his Grammy made him a P-Dot cover. Exactly! That's what I'm saying. I I made that point a few months ago to one of my viewers that if you got like an old P-Dot uniform just laying around, he could have just, who knows what people do in war, right? He might have just cut a big patch out of it and just put it on his helmet. So there, deal with it. Okay, so that little bit that I poured out, could have done maybe another few, but I've got all these to do, so. Okay, ooh, that should do it. Yeah, and I'm using a lot of this third generation. I have no idea what their first and second generation was like. But basically, third generation means it's thinner. It flows better. It works in airbrushes as well as the paintbrush. So they say. I mean, I can thin it myself. You don't have to thin it for me. Yeah, and a lot of these crewmen were, or like machine gunners and guys poking their heads out with binoculars or waving their hands or whatever. A lot of these guys are Flames of War models. Um, and I just don't see a whole lot of camo covers on these vehicle passengers. Now, this video today might go on for more than 2 hours. So if you're here to hang out with me all day, you are very welcome to do that. I appreciate you hanging out and giving me some chit chat or what have you. Because I anticipate this taking more than 2 hours. And since I don't really have anything else scheduled today, actually, that is not true, but it's a little dangerous. So I don't want to do it until my son gets home, just in case I have an accident. You know, kind of like I want to have an emergency plan. Basically, I'm outside using a sledgehammer on some concrete, and I don't want to swing a hammer at concrete alone. I mean, I'm not going to hurt myself. I mean, I've been doing it already, like 3 or 4 days. Never had a problem, but it's when you least expect it, right? There's some wind blowing outside. Got my door half open, so you might be able to hear that. Yeah, I don't even know why I decided to do a ton of P dot, but it. Oh, that's another thing. The 12th SS, not all their units wore P dot. Some of them did wear the oak leaf or the what do they call it? The autumn pattern or something like that. The there's another pattern that looks more Panzer Grenadier, looks more you know regular, not SS. That makes sense. But I don't care. Like I said, I don't care. I'm doing P dot. Get over it. I looked around and I found some 12th SS decals. Um, I didn't order. I did. Wait, I did order them. I didn't order them. I don't even remember. I don't remember. But it's at Skytrex, right? I think I did order them actually, or maybe I didn't. I don't remember. I'm gonna have to look at my orders. Um, but one of the reasons why I considered not ordering them was because shipping and handling is just way high. Because they also sell Old Glory and a bunch of other model companies and stuff there at Skytrex. So I went shopping for decals, which they got really good prices on their decals. But if you order anything else other than a decal, the shipping just jumps to some incredibly high number. And so I canceled my order with them like 3 or 4 times. Like, not canceled it, just didn't complete it on the website. I would go through it, I'd put items in my cart, and then I would look at the shipping and I would be like, whoa, that's more than my cart. Basically making me pay double. So why would I even bother paying any of this? I can get that. I can get all these tanks and stuff locally, um, just a little bit higher priced, but no shipping, uh, or the shipping is lower. So it came down to money. But then I noticed on the decal page it said if your order is only decals, your shipping is only this much. And I was like, oh, because all they do is put that in an envelope and send it out. And they have some really good decals. And I noticed they had the 12th SS divisional markings for their vehicles and stuff like that. Um, on there. I might or might not have ordered them. I don't remember. I needed some British decals too because I was getting low on British decals. I needed some just generic crosses for the Germans. I'm getting low on those. And I needed stars. So I was going to order those. And then I was going to order some vehicles that I hadn't seen anywhere else. But as soon as I throw the vehicle on there, the shipping jumped. And I was like, crap. Okay, we got all the 250s. Now we're going into the 251s. Oh, this guy's got a helmet cover. Both of them. Okay. These are the forged in battle vehicles. So the metal crew going to look a little bit differently. Guy's sleeve is rolled up. He's loading a shell into the -10. the 37 millimeter. Again, I'm painting this helmet, even though I normally don't paint helmets until after the hair. Not H-E-I-R, but H-A-I-R. Yeah, these guys have rolled up sleeves, which is good in Normandy, but not so much in the Ardennes. Especially in an open-topped half-track. Yeah, you guys are probably the same way, but maybe not. I don't paint armies normally. In this case, I kind of am, which is weird. But normally I don't paint for anything specific. I usually paint them generically, like generic German or generic SS or whatever. And then I am able to use it in the Ardennes or Market Garden or Normandy, you know. Okay, getting in there might be just a little tricky. Hang on. Got to get the right lighting angle and my head. Try not to get it in the way so that I can see what I was doing. Now these gray vehicles, that won't be a problem to fix, because if I did wind up hitting the hull, which I didn't on those guys, but if I did, it won't be too hard because this is just German gray. I got a German gray in the pot. Okay, hold on. This guy's got a cover. This guy does not. Okay. I hope everybody's having a good weekend. A holiday. You know, a lot of people are probably out grilling. Or just relaxing, happy to be off from work. Then there's others that have to work today, and this guy's got his hand behind his back. What the heck? I like it when there's a variety in the poses. Okay, I ordered. I put a big order in for Plastic Soldier Company, mainly for the store. 100% for the store. But that's not really true. Maybe 99%. Hey, let's call it 99%. Because there is one box that I added specifically for me, and that is the British Infantry Company. Okay, so when my Plastic Soldier Company order comes in Tuesday, I will post all those models, but I'll also pull one of those British companies which comes with 138 men. It says it has 144 figures. That's not true. It has I don't know. It's been retooled, so I'll have to double check. But the old kit was 144 parts because some of the guys were in 2 parts. Right? The mortars, the Piats, the Bren guns, a few of them were in 2 parts. And so they counted each part as 144. But once everything was assembled, it was only 138. If that makes sense. That's only 6 less. So 6 of them were probably 2 parts. Oh, okay. He's got a helmet cover. And that winds up being 3 platoons. Maybe with a figure here and there extra. Maybe 3 extra figures, something like that. But still, that's 3 platoons. So I'll definitely have 3 platoons of British infantry that I'll have to start working on Tuesday. But I also am anticipating 2 companies of Flames of War infantry. British, UK, Commonwealth. And, okay, down inside the crack. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. So that's 3 companies, which each company's 3 platoons. So that's 9 platoons. And then I've already completed 1 platoon. So that would be 10 platoons. And I have a forged in battle British platoon coming in as well. And I have some Old Glory British infantry that I've already gotten in. It's 50 models, but they're all riflemen, so it's not really set up to be a platoon. I would have to, if I wanted an Old Glory platoon, I would have to order command and also Bren guns and mortars and all other kinds of nonsense. But I can use those riflemen just as filler to fill in other platoons to make them go farther, if that makes sense, to stretch them out. So that's what, 11 platoons that I'll have? I don't need 11 platoons. So when I get those 2 Flames of War companies in, I think I'm going to take one of them and put it straight up onto the store. I don't know if that's wind or my neighbors. So that'll bring me down to what, 8 8 platoons. Well, I don't think the companies come with I don't think the Flames of War company comes with 3 platoons. I think it comes with 2 platoons. Let me redo my math here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so it's really only a total of 9 platoons that I will have that I will own. But I kind of don't want to start working on any of them I kind of don't want to start working on any of them until I get them all in. Because speaking of variety, what I would like to do is kind of mix and match manufacturers on the base. So it won't be all Flames of War on one base, or all Field of Forged in Battle, or all Old Glory, or all Plastic Soldier. I'll put like a couple of Plastic Soldier guys on a base, a couple of Forged in Battle guys. Then on the next base, I might do a Forged in Battle and Flames of War. And then on the next base, I might do, one of each. Or maybe I got some Old Glory models that I need. I'll throw in there just as filler. That kind of stuff, because they all work together. Their scales are all very similar. The only one I'm kind of leery about is the Old Glory, right? That's why they'll only be, because they're just slightly smaller, I think, and so they'll only be used to plug holes. Like if I need an extra rifleman, then I'll pull it out of the Old Glory bag. I like the Flames of War models so much that I'd like to just use Flames of War, but it'll start to get repetitive. The poses will all be the same on every platoon, and I don't want that. I want every platoon to be unique. Okay. Okay, I see we got some more chats coming in. Let's see what we got. Looks like Glamour's here. Glamour says, in combat, the only thing that matters is trying to come out alive. Absolutely. I don't agree with that. First of all, I was in the service. I just want you to know. And I have a Captain America complex. Meaning my honor was more important to me than living. So I personally wouldn't do certain things if it meant breaking my personal code of honor. But that's me. I don't expect everybody to be like that. The next thing Glamour says is these dudes weren't on parade. That's correct. They probably have torn uniforms. Some probably are, so they're wearing something they probably shouldn't be wearing, because I'm sure the unit commander said, okay, everybody, this is the uniform, this is what you're going to wear. But, like, if it's dirty, it's in the laundry, or if it's torn, or, whatever, they would just put on their secondary uniform, I'm sure. And the last thing, what does Glamour say? You're painting some Peninsula British Napoleonics. All right, thanks, Glamour. I appreciate that. Yeah, British Napoleonics, they're fun. I enjoy them. I enjoy painting my Napoleonics. Yeah. I haven't done a whole lot of Peninsula stuff. I did mostly like 100 Days Battle stuff. Now, now, back when I used to play Napoleon's Battles, I haven't played that in a couple of years now because it's lost its appeal to me because of the simplicity. Um, I don't mind simple games, but I mind games that I can solve and win too easily, and that's Napoleon's Battles. But back in the day when I used to be big into Napoleon's Battles, I had painted every unit for Waterloo. Now, most French units were 24. Okay, let me rephrase that. Most French brigades were 24 figures. These were not battalions, these were brigades. And most of the British were 16 figures. And I had painted everything for Waterloo. Prussians, French, Brunswick, Nassau, everything, right? But whenever we played a Peninsula game, I would still use my British. They were, they had the Belgic Shakos and stuff. It's not technically accurate, but so what, right? We weren't Nazis, right? Figure Nazis, as some people would call it. When you push up your glasses and say, well, actually, they're supposed to have stovepipes. No, just have fun. And you're painting up Peninsula, which, like, if you were hosting a game and you had nothing but Peninsula British, and you said, okay, we're going to play this game, Quatre Bras, the British and the French, 1815, in France or Belgium or wherever Quatrebrons look at, you you bring out some Peninsula British with their stovepipes. Nobody's gonna complain, and if they do, they're not the kind of people you want to play with. You know. But now, if you pulled out some Brunswick and said, okay, these are my French, I'm going to be like, you've gone too far. I'd be like, okay, let's do it. Let's make them. They're French. So what? They're wearing black. Who cares? But if it was every week, I'd be like, hold on now. Why don't you just get some French? Paint them up. Or use my French. So there are limits to my not caring. Because okay, so I'm gonna lay down the law right now. If you don't care about what the models are, right? Like I said, you're pushing Brunswick around, but you're calling them French, or you're pushing Peninsula guys around, and you're calling them the Belgic Shaco guys, the late war guys. If you do that regularly, like once in a while, okay, it's okay. Like you're missing one unit, you got to pull one off the shelf. Okay, well that happens. But if you're doing it all the time, or if it doesn't bother you to do that, then why paint miniatures at all? What you can do is you can take a base, right on the top of it, British 9th Regiment, and just push the base around. Because that's what you're doing. Why do I need to paint SS, German SS, when I've already got 3 platoons of grenadiers from a Luftwaffe division, right? So, because it's a miniatures game, it's not a board game. That's why we do it. It's not a counter game where I'm just, all I care about is where the base is and, how much firepower it has. And no, miniature games are about the looks, the three-dimensional aspect of it. You get to see the figures. You can see the men and the tanks and you put trees in and buildings and stuff like that. Okay. Oh. Yep, those guys are field gray. Speaking of which, I got about 7 new buildings in from Sarissa. Um, I have quite a few buildings already, but it's there's only enough to do like a rural scenario. I've got like maybe a dozen buildings, but that's still like a village or a rural area, a bunch of farmland, farm buildings and stuff. But I needed enough to do some city blocks. So I got about 9 more. And they're like the end of a row house or the corner building, stuff like that. Hmm. The wind blowing the door around. Yeah, so the you'll notice, or maybe you didn't notice, but I'll point it out to you, that if I have 2 vehicles of the same type, like Dash 9s or uh, platoon transports, if I have 2 of them, one of them will be gray and the other one will be yellow. That's why there's like a yellow platoon and a gray platoon. Okay. I've only got like 6 more to do. I'm almost there. The end is near. Whoa. So I'm glad I kept my receipts. Uh, Whenever I do an order with any of these companies out there, and this is a life lesson really, keep your receipt. Even if you just have to scan it and put it on the computer, or if they email it to you or whatever. Oh, I'm done with these guys. They're field gray. All right. Sweet. Oh, I know this guy's field gray too, so he's done. All right, I've only got 4 left. Um, so Plastic Soldier Company, right? I put an order with them last month. Uh, and I've got what's called 30-day terms or whatever, which basically means I have to pay my bill within 30 days. Um, but I'm also the guy that doesn't put an order in if I don't have the money. So I'm only going to put the order in if I can pay for it right away. So they send the order out, which they're really fast about that. And it gets here very fast as well. Like less than a week. I'm like very impressed with Plastic Soldier's shipping company or whoever they go through. But uh so I put an order in. The order gets here. It's missing something, which I probably should address. Well, I did address, and they said they were going to take care of it. So, but I don't remember receiving the replacement. But either way, this kind of goes into what I'm getting ready to talk about. So, I put this order in. I get the order in. It's missing one part, right? They adjust the invoice. Everything's good, right? I've got an adjusted. That's right. They adjusted the invoice. They didn't resend me the part. So I've got an adjusted invoice. I click on the link on the invoice to pay, and it doesn't work. It's a broken link. So I tell them, hey, this link, it's broke. It doesn't go through. And they say, well, we tried it on our end. It works. No, it doesn't work. It's not being blocked. It says that the server can't connect because the bank that it goes to is down or something. So I said, I've tried this 3 days in a row and I can't pay it. They said, okay, well, we'll send you a different invoice with a different link. And I'm like, okay. So they send me a different invoice with a different link, which works. And I'm like, okay, cool. So this is paid. Boom. So it was paid within like 3 or 4 days of me receiving the order. All right. Fast forward to this month. So I put an order in, and I get an email saying, we can't send this out until you resolve the previous invoice. And I was like, hold on now. I paid that previous invoice. Oh, wait, what the hell? This guy's acting like he's loose, but he's not. Okay, maybe only one foot is glued down. I said, okay, so, but I've already paid it. So I sent them the receipt from my bank. You know, I went to the bank to make sure, well, not went to the bank, I went online to the bank and tried to see, did I pay this? Did they charge my account? You know, am I wrong? And I looked and I said, oh, here it is. They charged my account. So I did a screenshot and I sent it to them and I said, hey, check this out. My bank says I paid you. And they said, okay, well, we'll look into it. Da, 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 da. They looked into it and they said, we can't find a payment. That's not, it didn't go through. We didn't receive it. And I'm like, hold on now. Something's not right. So I went back to the invoice because guess what? I save everything. I went back to the invoice, and it has like a pay now button, like it always has. So I click it just to see, you know, if it'll ask me to pay again or whatever. But I click it and it says paid. Would you like to print an invoice or a receipt? And I was like, yes, please, let's do this. So I saved the receipt on my computer, and then I sent it to them, and I said, well, this is the receipt that your payment system has given me, saying that it's paid. And they're like, okay, we'll look into it. So they looked into it, they found my payment, and they said, okay, we found your payment. Thank you for sending that receipt. It helped us a lot to find the payment and all that. And I was like, okay. And then they immediately shipped out my order. So that should be here Tuesday. Okay, what do we got? All right. I'm starting to get a little chilly. Whew. 11:30 or so. Okay. I'm down to just a few bites left of my Pop-Tart. I didn't realize it was going to take so long just to paint the crew members. Well, I knew it would take a little bit of time because of the P dot, but damn. Now, in some of these, like half-track vehicles or open-top vehicles, sometimes the insides are not modeled accurately. I've found. Mainly, they're too shallow. Like they don't model the floor properly. They just fill it in. And so when you mount a figure inside, a lot of times he'll be way too tall because where his feet belong, they didn't model properly, so he's standing on a floor that is raised way too high. So at that point, I cut off the boots usually. I know a lot of the Flames of War crew don't even have any boots. They're just cut off. Or the Old Glory like just have stumps. So I kind of taken a clue from them to get everybody else to fit. Okay, cork done. Okay. Kind of just giving myself a little bit of a stretch. I'm gonna paint tires now. I'm getting away from the uniform, so it'll allow the uniform to dry while I'm painting another color. Even though all the uniforms that I'm painting are probably already dry, but I'm using Model Air Tire Black. Because it's Model Air, I usually don't thin it out at all. Oh. Because it's already thinned out for airbrushing. I don't see a spare tire anywhere. Now, if there's still daylight when my son comes home, because it seems like maybe he had a morning shift, so he might come home midday. If there is, that's when I'll stop streaming, because I'm going to go outside and break a little concrete. I only break a couple of inches every day. Not every day, every few days. Um, so I anticipate, because I don't have the proper tools, I'm just using a sledgehammer and a hammer drill, drilling some holes to kind of break it up a little bit so that when I hit it with the sledge, chunks of concrete come flying off. Um, I don't know how deep it goes. So I don't know how. I think it's over 6 inches because that's how long my drill bit is. And I've gone almost all the way up to the chuck on my hammer drill. And I didn't hit dirt. I just hit concrete the whole time. So if it takes me a month to do it, then that's fine. Because this is the summer, and if it was the winter, that would be a different story. Because I need to lay a new mailbox. It's a mailbox post, concrete area. The the city came through about 2 years ago, maybe a year, maybe it was only a year ago. I don't even remember. But they came through and they built a sidewalk for us and everyone in the neighborhood. And because the sidewalk was on our side of the road, they cemented our mailbox into the sidewalk. So when our mailbox was hit and the mailbox post was shattered because it was wood, I contacted the street department and said, can someone come out and extract our mailbox so that I can put a new one in? And they were like, that's your responsibility. Well, for one thing, I'm like, hold on now. You're the one that came out and cemented the mailbox into the ground, into the sidewalk. And now it's my responsibility? So after about 3 different emails and like 3 different phone calls, it got to a point where I gave up. And I said, okay, I'm taking matters into my own hands. They're not going to do it. They said it was my responsibility. I'm doing it. It's taken me almost a month to gather the supplies that I needed, the tools, and the know how, because I don't know what I'm doing. I was hitting the concrete with a sledgehammer, breaking off chunks, and I decided to go with a power tool using a concrete drill bit. I'm going to drill into the concrete weakening it. Hopefully it weakens it so that now when I hit it with a sledgehammer, it'll crack. That's really what I want it to do. But I'm afraid this concrete goes down pretty deep. And that's why it's not cracking when I hit the top of it. I mean, I am making progress. But I want to make more progress. Okay. I'm doing all the Forged in Battle ones first because they have a built-in base. They're resin models. I really like the Forged in Battle models, vehicles. If you do 15mm World War II, you should really check them out. Now this has a spare tire. Got to do that. Yeah, I was out there yesterday drilling holes, but then it started to thunder, and I felt a couple of drops of water hit me. I mean, very few. And I said, you know what? I don't want to get caught out here with a drill plugged into the wall when it starts to rain. So I packed up and moved inside. And as soon as I cleaned up, it started to rain heavy. But again, it was only a summer shower. It lasted for like an hour and then stopped. But I was already packed up. I've got a neighbor across the street. She's a nice lady, but she likes to get into everybody else's business. So I'm out there breaking the concrete, and she comes over and says, "You want some help?" And I'm thinking, you're an old lady. Like, my nephew's in, visiting, and I can send him over here and he can help you. And I was like, you don't have to do that. He doesn't have any skin in this game. He doesn't need to be over here doing this. She's like, oh, nonsense. I'll send him over. And he came over and he helped me break some concrete. And I was amazed that what a few years of youth, right? Because he's probably like 20 years old, and he weighs like probably 250. So he's got some weight on him. And he was swinging that sledgehammer and breaking up the concrete, and I was like, damn. I need you out here every day. But it's not his responsibility. And he was done. And then I had another neighbor come across. She went over to another neighbor's house, and she recruited someone else to come over and help. And so when he came over, I could see it in his eyes. I don't even have to I didn't even have to. I was okay. First of all, I was planning on quitting about that time anyway because I was really exhausted, and I'm an older man, so I don't have the energy like I used to. Swinging an 8-pound sledge is kind of tiring. Even when I was younger, it'd probably be tiring. But the first thing he did was, I don't think you should be doing that. And I don't think you should be breaking that concrete up. And my thought was, this guy, she asked him to come over and help. And he did come over. But I don't think he was wanting to help. Right? I think he's lazy. He goes, I work at the park department, and I don't think this is something you should be doing. And apparently he had heard the story that I had contacted the mayor, I contacted the street department, and nobody was helping me. But he didn't care. He's like, the street department will contract somebody to come out and just cut that off. And I was like, no, they won't. I've already talked to them. They said it was my responsibility. And he's like, yeah, even if they say that, you really shouldn't be doing it. And the only thing that was going through my mind was, this guy is lazy. He doesn't want to help. He's just trying to prevent me from... He's trying to get out of helping. And I was like, yeah, you're right. I shouldn't be doing it. No problem. Are you done? Because I was pretty much done anyway. I was getting ready to start packing up my stuff anyway. This was last weekend, by the way. And he's like, yeah, the street department's got a tool. They could just come out here. They could cut that, and they can lift this and put your post in or refill it. And I was like, yes, I know this, but they refuse to help. They're a bunch of jackwads over there. And he said, well, the mayor, he's super busy. He's a nice guy. And, this is not top of his priority. And I was like, yes, I get that. He's like, if a cop comes by and sees you working on federal property, and then at that point I was like, I know you're kidding, right? The mailbox is not federal property. That's not like federal land. The contents of a mailbox. Yeah, stealing someone's mail or interfering with their mail, that is a federal crime because it's U.S. mail. But it's the homeowner's responsibility to put the mailbox in. According to my mail person that comes by. It's not the federal government. They don't do anything with a mailbox. That's a homeowner. So I packed it up, didn't do any work on it, and now it's a new weekend. Hearing all kinds of dogs outside barking. So I got this role-playing game that I play on Wednesday nights called Harn. And it's I'm starting the players off very slowly. I don't want there to be like a climax too soon, you know what I mean? So I also would like this campaign to go on for years. So I'm in no rush to get to the end. There doesn't have to be an end, but just the end of my story, the one I'm telling. So my point is, what I was getting at was I get a comment in the chat during the game. Could you move the game time because I can't watch it at this hour? I have work in the morning. I can't stay up this late to watch this game. All that could go through my mind was, are you kidding? We're not changing our time just because of you. I didn't say that. I basically just ignored the comment. First of all, you can watch it afterwards at any time during the week. You could just turn it on and watch it. I know you want to be there live, but guess what? I don't edit anything out of it. I turn the camera on and we just go. So I've got a player in the game. If you watch the game, you'll know who I'm talking about. It's obvious. There's a guy in the game that's not reliable. I don't know if that's really a good word. Maybe consistent would be a better word. He's not consistent. Sometimes he gets on, sometimes he doesn't. Sometimes he's on time, sometimes he's not. When he is on, sometimes he has to go help his family in the back, in the kitchen or outside. So he's not really playing the game. I've never disrespected a game master like he does. I look at a game like a commitment, like a promise. Um, let's say I got a friend running a game at his house, and the game starts at 7 o'clock. Well, I get my happy ass up, and I go, and I get there before 7 o'clock. Not at 7 o'clock, not 7:05. I get there maybe 6:30. And this is when we were doing it live, in person, sitting around a table, which is much harder than getting your ass up, walking up to the computer and turning it on. So I would go to these places, and I would, whoever's running the game, I'd go to their place. Usually the referee is hosting at his own house. Not always, but usually. And I would never consider standing up in the middle of a game and walking out of the room unless I had to go use the bathroom, or I was going to the kitchen, grab a soda, which I have enough foresight to have the soda at the table with me. All my snacks are in a bag right there on the floor by my feet. So I would never get up and go walking around the house, in the middle of the game, get up and go pet a cat. No. I'm sitting there, I'm listening to what the referee has to say. I'm engaged into the game. Now, dinner. I would never get up and cook dinner. First of all, when the game starts, it's the same time every week. I would have eaten dinner before the game. Right? And then I would go to the game with snacks. Chips or whatever. Soda. if I was hosting the game, I'm not going to get up in my own house and say, hang on, I got to go deal with something in the kitchen. Unless it was an emergency. No one's calling me on my phone during the game. My phone is turned off or it's on silent. It's put away. It's in the bag. It's not sitting on the table where I'm fiddling with my phone while we're playing the game. That's super disrespectful of the game master. To me, that's the most disrespectful. Now, if you got some kind of situation going on, like your wife's pregnant and she's going to give birth at any minute now or something like that, then of course you'll have your phone on and it's an emergency and you're waiting and all that. That's fine. But no, Joey just texted me about this new Marvel movie. No, turn that shit off. You don't need to be getting text about some stupid shit like that. I'm sorry, I'm getting heated. Because I have a player that doesn't show up half the time. And the other half, when he does show up, he's not in the game. And when he is in the game, okay, here we go. His camera's disabled. And that's a requirement to play in my game. You must have a camera. You must see facial expressions. Not just words over the internet. If you want to play a game like that, go play Zork. Go find some text adventure that you can go play. Now we're playing online instead of face to face because it's easier to get people together. So I wrote him a letter. Telling him that I've noticed that there's an issue. And I hope he can resolve it. And if he can't, I'll be looking to fill his spot. So the first thing we're going to do at this next game, Wednesday, I'm going to have a discussion with my players not not targeting him directly, but making it kind of a passive aggressive. This is what I expect from my players. And this is going to be on the heels of already sending him a letter. A private message, basically. And I don't want him to. If he can get this resolved, that's great. That means we can move on. We can drive on with a heart on or whatever. He seems like a nice guy. I don't really know. I do get kind of some. I get some big dick energy coming from him, which I think he's going to have to resolve that as well. But I might be getting that because of all these other issues. But if he can't resolve it and I have to get rid of him, we'll just have to move on without him. But I hope he resolves it. And I'm kind of afraid in a way, but also not, because it's like pulling a band-aid off. That maybe he doesn't plan on resolving it, or has no way to resolve it. And if he can't resolve it or has no way to resolve it, but doesn't want to leave the game, that's when I'm going to have to turn into a dick and kick him out of the game. I don't want to do that. I'd prefer him to resolve it. And another option would be him to bow out. Which, if he can't resolve it, I hope he has enough self-respect that he can just bow out of the game. And this is part of the issue. I think he's got pets, right? A number of dogs. I think. I could be way off base. And part of the issue is he has to constantly leave the table to deal with his dogs. If I was playing at somebody else's house, I would not have to get up to go deal with my dogs, because I would be somewhere else. But unfortunately, if he can't get his dogs to behave, I'm going to have to let him go. If that was his problem. I'm cracking the whip. Putting my boot down. Putting my boots down. Yeah, whatever. It's probably not going to get resolved this week. This is going to be discussion week, sort of like warning week, if that makes sense. And then if it continues on into the next week, then the week after that, he's gone. He won't be back. So it's not going to be like an overnight, okay, guy, you're gone. Get out. I can't deal with you anymore. It's not going to be like that. I'm going to give him an opportunity to correct whatever needs to be corrected. One thing I like about these Flames of War wheels there's like a dividing line or a raised area or a sunken area between the rubber and the rim. So it makes painting the wheel easier. Staying within the lines. So I still have some more stuff coming in from Flames of War, right? I already said it. I've got the British companies coming in. But I also have a couple of sprues as well. I ordered a Stug. They call it a frame, but it's a Stug sprue. And a pack 36, which is a super small pack, 37 millimeter. I probably didn't need to order the pack 36 sprue. Well, I know I didn't need to. At the time, I didn't know because I didn't have any. I ordered it, and then immediately after that, I ordered one of these starter sets, and it came with, I think it's a Nebelwerfer sprue, but part of the Nebelwerfer sprue I didn't realize was a pack 36. It's like crap. Now this campaign, it's a little bit different than I have this Piper campaign, which is Race to the Muse. It's an Ardennes campaign. Very similar layout to this campaign. They might have gotten ideas from each other, but the Race to the Muse had each map, each battlefield was mapped out for you. And as a player, you could look at the map and you could see exactly, you know, if you wanted to come in from the left or the right or the east or the west or whatever. And there's like 30 maps, you know, and you follow this road, and if you run into somebody on map X, then that's where the battle would take place, and you could model the map on the table according to the map in the campaign. It's a 1-to-1. The way the campaign is built, it's 1-to-1. But Canada's Crucible is not like that. Canada's Crucible, you've got these battlefields, but they're just points, dots, or pinpoints on a map, on a larger map that's abstract. It's like a flow chart. And you would have to build a map. You create a battlefield. Now, what I did was I took the abstract map, the flow chart, and I found where all the cities and towns and villages or whatever that are on that flow chart in the real world using Google Maps. And I found it. It's just to the west of Caen. Oh, struggle. So I found almost all the towns. And so I took a screenshot of the map, satellite view, and superimposed it on a hex grid. So now the players can move via hexes instead of the flowchart. But the flowchart works well as well, because the roads and stuff that the flowchart uses roads to go from town to town or village to village. And there are roads on the hex map, but now if a player wants to go cross country, they can. If they want to defend an open field, they can. Where they couldn't do that in the flowchart. It was basically pinpoint objective areas, which I'm still going to do. I'm going to pinpoint these objectives on the hex map and say these are objective points or key locations maybe on the map. Just to let the players know. And then I can look at the map, the satellite image, and I can get an idea. I mean, it's outdated, obviously. You know, from 1944 to 2023. But what it'll do is it'll let me kind of see where the fields are, where the trails are, where some of the major built up areas are. And it'll give me an idea. And then what I could probably do is, before the campaign starts, map out a bunch of these. Oh yeah, I'm not doing these two. I could map out a bunch of battlefields so that when the players do fight on these battlefields, I could just say, oh, you're on battlefield X. Yeah, I'm going to need 5 buildings and 3 trees and a hedge and a road and a bridge or whatever. And this is where they go. And a lot like the Piper campaign, where those battlefields are already pre-mapped out. Plus, if I have those battlefields pre-mapped out and a player is occupying one of those battlefields, I could provide him with that battlefield map, because he might say, well, I want to put some minefields here, I want to put trenches there. At least he would have a visual of what the battlefield is going to look like. Also kind of reminds me a little bit about my Command Decision campaign that I played, which was called Bastogne. And that was done on hexes. What's kind of cool about the Bastogne campaign, the hexes were one-to-one representations of geohex that you would put on the table. So if you created a battlefield, you knew exactly which geohex you needed to put on the table. And where the cities were and the towns were and the rivers and all that stuff. So that was cool. That was one of my favorite gaming experiences, was playing the Bastogne campaign. We were playing it in 1/72 and using Command Decision. Maybe that was first edition, second edition? It's not this new Test of Battle stuff. Which I don't even know if Test of Battle's any good, because I haven't read it. But I did like or love the Command Decision that I did play. Okay, I got, oh yeah, these guys have tires as well, so maybe I need to do them as well. So I got them out. I got the trucks out because I was wanting to paint them also. See, the Flames of War half track, that's what I'm holding in my hand, is very clean. There's like no helmets, no bags, no extra armor pieces. It's just the vehicle. Where the Forged in Battle half tracks, they all have like helmets and bags and extra track, stuff like that hanging off the side. So it's got a kind of a different appeal to it. If you are interested in participating in our Canada Crucible campaign, let me know. I have not made a formal announcement yet. I will make a formal announcement probably next month, once I get those other British platoons done. I think I'll have enough troops that we can start playing. What I will do is I've got a Roll20 battlefield already made. So all you would need is Roll20, which it's free and it's a web browser, so you don't have to install anything. You just log in. It takes you to the digital tabletop, which we're not playing in Roll20. I'm just managing the campaign in Roll20. So I got the map. I'm going to have like little unit markers for all the different units that are participating. The players, the Germans and the Canadians, will have access to their own personal maps. So the Canadian players will not see the German players' maps. They will not see where their tokens are, units. They won't see where their unit counters or unit tokens are located. They will only see where their own and any observed enemy tokens. So like if you have a fight with a unit in a specific area, then of course you're going to see their token in that area. But once that unit moves away or you move away, then of course you're not going to see that token anymore. You're not going to know where they moved to or where they went to or what their force strength is or anything. You'll just have to use your memory from when the battle was played. But not all players have to even show up to any of the games. That's why this is going to be open to the public internationally. So if you want to play, you can just be someone who gives orders in the strategic layer of the game, and then my local players, the people that live and play with me locally, will play out the battles, and yeah, we'll play out the battles locally, and then report back to the strategic players what the results of the battle were. So as a strategic player, you might give an order for a platoon to hold a specific town, and then another strategic player might give an order to assault this town, and then the tactical players will play out the town battle, and then once the town battle is over, orders will go back out to all the unit commanders, strategic players, and they'll say, oh, my unit was able to take the town, excellent, or my unit was able to defend the town, or we lost and we got pushed back and we're now in this hex, or we lost half our unit, so now we only have this. These were our losses. We started with 5 Shermans and now we have 4. Etc., etc. So yeah, everybody's invited. And I was planning on doing one week for orders, and then we'd play out all the battles, because there might be multiple battles in a single turn. And once all those battles are done, then new orders are issued, and at the end of that, the next week, whatever that week might be, because think like this. Let's say in one turn, in 1 week, everybody's orders are issued. And there will be a deadline. Okay, and so once that deadline's hit, me as the referee will let everyone know, okay, I've reviewed everybody's orders, and I see that there are 4 battles. And we're going to play them on this weekend, or the next weekend, or whatever. But because of the length of time it takes to play the game, we might get 1 battle in. We might get 2. But let's just say we get 1 battle. And then I'll say, all right, guys, I'll see you next week for battle number 2. Then we'll have a second battle. And let's say we are able to do 2 battles. Then I would say, okay, great, we got 2 battles. We still have 1 battle left. I'll see you guys next week. And then they would come back. We would play a battle, finishing the battles for that turn, which took about a month, right? You got that turn and all these battle weekends. And then I would say, okay, we finished this turn. Now we're going to go on to the next turn. And this is the orders, and this is the results, and blah, 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 blah. And the orders will all be written like in lore. So like you'll get an order from your senior commander saying, you know, this is the reconnaissance that we had, you know. And the players can establish their own chain of command. Like one guy's the main commander of the area, and then you got subordinate commanders that run their own units or whatever. And your orders can be as detailed or as vague as you would like. Like, I'd like 3 men to be in this one building looking out the east side every half hour, switching to the right side. No, you don't have to get like that. But yeah, but you might say, I want to defend these buildings and these other buildings you don't have to worry about. You know, draw them in. And you can give your tabletop commander as many orders as you want. And then the tabletop commander doesn't necessarily have to follow those orders, but he should. He should try to abide by your wishes. But because he's on the field and you're not, he might write a message back to you. Okay, I tried defending this building, but they came at me with so many of these flamethrower engineers, we had to fall back to the next building or whatever. So it's kind of like a play-by-mail game, but the battles are actually resolved on the tabletop. But my point is, it could be a month for a turn to be resolved. And there's 3 turns a day. There's the morning, the afternoon, and the evening turn. Morning and afternoon is when you would see most of the fighting. Evening is usually when you would rest and recover and, you know, get some sleep. But if they want to do a night battle, we can do a night battle. There's no infrared. So there's 2 missions a day, pretty much, or 2 turns, the morning and the afternoon. But there is 4 days in the campaign. So it might be like 8 months worth of gaming or more. If we play every weekend, which we might not play every weekend. And my tabletops are going to be more generic than set piece battles, right? So I'm probably not going to use tiles. I'm going to use a blanket. If there's any hills, we'll put them under the blanket, right? Given some elevations. But in this area there's no hills near Con, so that makes that pretty easy. It's pretty much a flat battlefield. There is some hedgerows, not many. So it's going to be pretty much a straight up fight with buildings, hedges, walls, trees, roads, and rivers, and that's it. Oh, there might be a railroad actually. Okay, that color is starting to dry up. Oh, my shoulders. Well, before we do that, let's see what we got going on here. Glamour says that's bonkers. Don't remember what that is bonkers about. Oh, about the player probably. And because you're commenting about how rude he is. And fantastic idea. I love that. So hopefully you're talking about the campaign we're talking about. Yeah, Canada's Crucible is actually a printed campaign for Battlegroup. It was originally in the rule book. My understanding is there used to be a rule book, and then Canada's Crucible used to be the back section. And when they went with a new printing of the rule book, they omitted it mainly to make the rule book smaller and more affordable. And then what they did was they put Canada's Crucible on their website as a free download. So anybody can go to Canada's Crucible on the Plastic Soldier Company's website and download it, and you can kind of see what I'm working with. But I'm going to change a few things. Namely, point-based tokens. You're supposed to have like 250 points in every token. And then you move these tokens around. And no more than 4 tokens can be in an area. So that limits it to 1,000 points in an area. But the problem with that is it becomes ahistorical, or it becomes a min-maxy type of game. Because then you're and players don't really have any control over the what am I trying to say here? First of all, it becomes min-maxy, which means the players start only purchasing, the best units and stuff like that for their tokens. And what I wanted to do is represent the actual units that actually took place in this battlefield at this time. So I'm going to do a little research historically and see which battalions participated on these days in this area, and then model those battalions. Not model. What's the word? Make an army list. Basically, make the tokens representative of the units that were actually there. Some tokens might be a little bit more than 250. Some tokens might be a little less than 250. But I am going to try to stay around 250 for every little unit token, which basically winds up being a platoon. The token winds up being a platoon with a couple of support elements. And so what I'll do is what I was thinking of doing is making, like, telling the player, the strategic players, the ones that are picking their units, these are the platoons that are available. These are the support elements that are available. And a lot of that will be based on my miniature collection. Because, if I don't have 17 Panthers, then we're not going to put 17 Panthers on the table. You know what I mean? So I'll say these are what's available. Which platoon do you want? 1, 2, 3, or 4. Which support elements are you going to attach to each platoon? And each platoon can only have so many attachments. So I'm going to have, like, one of the tokens will be like the senior command, like a company headquarters. And then the other tokens are going to be platoons. One of the tokens might be armor. Or I might say, I might open it up to the players to say, how do you want to split this up? This is what's available. How do you want to fill up your tokens? And I think in the campaign it says that, like, one of the tokens has to be an engineer, one of the tokens has to be a reconnaissance. I think. Which is one reason why I'm building a reconnaissance platoon, and an engineer platoon. But I've got like flak and anti-tank guns, and there's going to be self-propelled guns and Panthers and all kinds of stuff. So I think what I'm leaning towards is this is what's available. You have so many points, 250, to fill your token. What would you like to put in your token? Now, I haven't really read exactly how to run this campaign. I'm kind of just building up forces right now. So I haven't really made that decision yet. But I think there's no unit losses. You lose games, right? And your battle group, the way battle group works is when your unit reaches a certain amount of morale, like whenever you lose something or something happens on the battlefield, your side loses a little bit morale. And when you get to a certain number, which is your battle rating, when you get to that, your unit just withdraws off the battlefield. The game ends. So but the token will always have the 250 points. My understanding is, I haven't really read it. I probably should. We could probably do that here once I finish the wheels. I'll jump in and we'll take a look at Canada's Crucible. And we'll read a little bit about like unit losses, replenishment of units. I know how they did it in Command Decision, which I have a tendency to mix my games up. But the way they did it in Command Decision was you kept track of every platoon. And if your platoon had wounds on it, what you did was you counted up all the wounds from your surviving tokens, surviving counters on the table. You counted up all the wounds and then divided by a certain number. I think it was 3. And that's how many permanent losses you had. And then those were marked off of your unit rosters like gone forever. But this, because it's a point-based token, I think you just, and because it's representative of an entire division and not just this battalion strength force that's coming through. So units would have been swapped out or rotated. When a unit got chewed up, another unit would move in. So I think there's no losses actually. It's just battles won. And I think they kind of imply, now I don't know for sure, But I think it implies that you spend your points after the battle has been determined. Like, I'm going to defend this town with 2 tokens. And this guy says, I'm attacking that battle with that town with 3 tokens. And then you go, okay. The referee announces, okay, this guy's attacking with 750 points. You're defending with 500 points. Okay, go ahead and spend your points real quick. And then we'll play out the battle. If it's done like that, which it can be because of like defenses, because like there are entrenchments and pillboxes and stuff like that, which is in the army list, but you couldn't put that on a token and say, okay, I'm attacking with a pillbox. Right? So, but what I was planning on doing with engineering was, say, if you spend the points on a pillbox, we'll place it somewhere on the battlefield, and it'll be a permanent fixture there. But that's unfair, because then they have unused points if they ever need to go on the attack or whatever. So I don't know. I don't know how we're going to do it. I'd like to just not use pillboxes, for one thing. But also, I mean, we can use wire. That doesn't take forever to set up. And maybe a trench. Some dug in areas. So I was kind of thinking that if a unit spends a turn stationary, they can be dug in if there's ever a battle. But that kind of implies that the British are always going to be dug in. Which they probably should be. Historically, they probably were. But then that just gives them an advantage point-wise, because in the game, being dug in is a number of points. Or say something like, if an engineer is present, then you get dug in positions. I don't know. Okay, now this truck is a Zvezda truck. It's a nice model, but it's just a little flimsy. When I was putting it together, a couple of the sprue pieces broke. And I had to glue them back together before I could build the truck. And it's supposed to be a snap tight, like a no glue necessary. Um, it is, but I glued it anyway. Just to be sure. I have a hurricane. I think it's a hurricane. No, not a hurricane. It's a typhoon. I've got a typhoon and a Spitfire. And those are the planes that would provide ground support. Um, in Battlegroup, there's a chance that planes just show up on the battlefield. You don't have to spend any points or anything. They just show up. And that could be from either side. On the German side, I've got a 109 and a 190. And those are the options. In IL2, the computer game, I'm playing a game called Wings Over Khan, a campaign where I fly a typhoon and I use rockets and bombs to support the units in and around Khan, which is kind of what the Canada's Crucible is all about. Units around Khan. So I just thought it was appropriate for me to play that campaign. Whew, my shoulders. Yeah, I want to take that break so that we can look at Canada's Crucible, but also so my shoulders can take a break. I think I overextended my quantity of trucks and half tracks that I thought I could do. I might just put everything to the side and just do the trucks. Really? Using quite a bit of paint on these tires, it seems like. Okay. Here the racing. Okay. Don't really need to do a lot of painting on the inside. But I'm a completionist, so I like to, if I can see it, I want to paint it. But you're not going to see it when it's on the table, but I'll know. I'll just know it's not painted if I don't paint it. Now these are Plastic Soldier Company trucks. Part of the Opel, part of the German medium truck package. You can make Malteers or two different brands of trucks, a Mercedes or a Opel. And I did make one different brand of Mercedes, I think, and then the rest are all Opels. But I also made an Opel Malteer as well. I didn't have to do it because I already have Malteers, but I just wanted to do it. Um, because if you pick certain types of artillery pieces or anti-aircraft or anti-tank guns, a Malteer can be a tow option. So whenever you're building an army to accommodate all the different options, a lot of freaking models. And that's one reason why I've been picking up the starter forces. because the price is right. When you're building such a large force, if you do it a little bit at a time, you're paying too much. Because Old Glory, not Forged in Battle, they're even more expensive. But like Old Glory, Plastic Soldier Company, or Flames of War, your vehicles are all about $10 each. And if I need 17 Shermans, which I do, that's $170. A lot of money just for Shermans. But if you buy a starter army that comes with like 5 Shermans, it only and like 20 vehicles, and it only costs $100. Now you're looking at like $5 a vehicle. Yes, it's $100, so that's a lot out of your pocket right up front. But in the long run, you're paying less. Now, the problem with some of these starters, almost all of them, they have 1 or 2 vehicles that I don't plan to use. Like the Horniche or the Churchill. But I can easily just put them together, either save them for my collection or sell them. It's kind of hard to see this tire black on this German gray. Not much difference, but there is just enough difference to make it worth it. Okay, so we're going to look at the Canada's Crucible. We're going to look at building your force, but also the most important thing for me to look at right now while my mind is on it is how to count casualties, or how to deal with winning and losing specific battles. Okay. That's black. That's black. That's okay. The inside of that wheel is not. Okay. Just doing a quick review to see if I see any spare tires that I might have missed. I did get this spare tire, but I can see that there's a spot right here that didn't get touched. Okay. All right. All right, let's see what we got. Okay, I only turned off the background because the camera was right here in my way. So, center display. Let's see. 125 actually is just fine. Okay. That should do it. Okay, June 8th to 11th. Okay, so they gives like a historical account of what actually took place between the 7th Infantry Brigade of the 3rd Canadian Infantry Division against the 12th SS Hitler Youth. Okay. Okay, I am going to zoom this in. My eyes just aren't what they used to be. Okay. Okay, I'm not blocking anything. Perfect. Okay, this... Let's bring the mic around. Let me do that. Okay, and campaign, map-based board game, which players use a map provided, tabletop battles are fought for ownership of these locations. Location isn't a specific place. Think of it more as an area than an exact place. Okay, which is when played out on the battlefield with miniatures might be used where there because chance of force outnumber. Okay, because there is a chance for a force that is outnumbered to withdraw. So this is an option. Remember earlier I said there was going to be a battle with 3 tokens of 750 against a force of 500. My understanding is the guy that plays the 500 can just opt out of the fight. And then that fight, you can just say, okay, we're pulling back. And then you won't have to worry about it. Okay, and then you just don't play the battle. You just win. Okay, and this says, and thus preserve his forces in the process. That implies that they're gone if they're gone. Okay, the campaign area, got it. West of the countryside. I think I have a, oh, here, I'm right on it. I don't know if you can see that. But yeah, I took a Google map, as you can see, and I took the areas from the campaign and kind of circled them out, thinking this was the map that I was going to give the players, but it's not. I'm just going to, I took all this out and I superimposed a hex grid for the players in Roll20. Okay, so okay, here we go. Yeah, so the chateau is a 2-story farm. Okay, so what does this say? The Nori is a small village, about 20 buildings. I don't have 20 buildings. I might now that I just got those extra buildings. So, like Brettville is a large town and has a large church. This is not the infamous bocage country. Fields and pastures. Plenty of hedgerows, some very large. Some are 5 feet tall. Okay, corn, 5 feet tall. Orchards. This is basically just telling you, giving you an idea of what kind of battlefields you can create. The German player is attempting to capture Nori at Bessin and Brettville, and thus eliminate the Canadian salient. Because this is in the Battle of Caen, there was like a little Battle of the Bulge area that the British and Canadians forced their way into, and that is probably this area, and the Germans are trying to flatten that bulge. Okay, the German player is attempting to... This can't... if he can do so, then the German army may be able to begin a combined 3 Panzer Division offensive. Okay, that's just historical stuff. And the Canadian must prevent them. Okay. So, Canadians are heavily on defense. Just don't let them get to the left side, west side. Okay, force counters. Each player is a set of counters which represent his forces on the campaign. Each counter represents 250 points worth of troops. Just represents points. A player can have a maximum of 4 of his counters in any one location. 1,000 points, which is a substantial force in this campaign, which 1,000 points is a big force. 4 platoons with all their supporting elements and stuff, that is a game for an afternoon. The number of counters in a location will dictate the number of points used to pick forces and fight a battle. Okay, see, so in the campaign, they're not assigning troops to the counters before the game, they're doing it at the battle. Special counters. There are Reese and engineers. Each Reese counter receives 250 points of units, of which at least half must spend on reconnaissance support. Other restrictions do not apply. Okay. And then there's engineer, right? Engineers. Like Reese, this means at least half must be spent on engineer support. The usual restrictions don't apply. Okay. Campaign turn, 4 turns. Both sides add up their campaign victory points. The side with the highest total wins. Each campaign turn is played in sequence, starting with the German player. Okay, so this is also implying that you've got this map laid out on the table and you actually have physical counters on the table that you can move around in visual sight of your opponent, and he can see yours, you can see his, and you move them around taking turns, right, to move tokens, where I'm going to do a double blind. When the movement's complete, it's the other player's move, and then it goes back and forth. And each unit has a certain number of movement points to be moved on the battlefield. Yeah, at any point during the movement, both sides end up with units on the same location, then determine if there will be a battle. There will automatically be a battle unless the side with the least counters on the location decides to withdraw. Player can withdraw if he has less counters. If a side has equal number of counters, then he must stand and fight. Move all the counters in the stack one location in any direction. This cannot be in a direction from which the enemy moved. So if he comes in this way, you can't retreat out that way. Okay. And then there's map movement. Cannot move through a location. Okay, well, I'm going to do double blind movement, so I'm not worried about any of this stuff. Map movement allowances. Setting up a battle. When both players have units in the same location, there is a game. To set up the battle, both players add up their total point allowance. The player now are free to choose that many points from their army lists. Okay, so they're saying by the forces after the counters collide. I don't like that. I think that I like moving actual units around and not points. But the downside of that is defensive points, right? Bunkers and barbed wire and stuff like that. Okay, I think I've come up with an idea just on the top of my head. I'm just going to use the British as an example because they're probably the ones that are going to be doing most of the defending. So if the British have 250 points worth of troops in a town, let's say, and the player that owns that on his turn says, we want to dig in. Okay, well, I'll look up to see how many points a dug-in counter or dug-in, like an entrenchment, would cost, and remove troops out of that counter that would be the same point value. So the counter will still be 250 points. It'll just be, instead of infantry, let's say, or a Piat team or whatever it winds up being, will be entrenchments instead. And then if that unit ever decides to move, that infantry team will just reappear and the entrenchments will just fade off into the oblivion. So it's like you're trading troops for that entrenchment or whatever other defense, barbed wire or whatever. You have to trade something for it. We can do that. Okay. The German player, Canada, registration. Okay. Both of these lists have additional restrictions from the equivalent lists in the Battlegroup Overlord supplement. Wait, you remember the Canada player? Okay. The Canadian player must choose from the Canadian 3rd Division list. Both these lists have additions and restrictions from the equivalent list of the Battlegroup. Oh, okay. So what they're saying is, in this supplement, the 12th SS and the 3rd Infantry Division, they made lists specifically for this battle. Okay, that's what I'm using anyway. Okay, any counters that are within one location of a battle can also commit to the fight as reinforcements. So if you got the 4 tokens, 1,000 points in the fight, but if you got another token like 1 square away, well, 1 square according to this, 1 little red dot. So if you're there at this road intersection and the fight is going on here, then you could reinforce. And you can reinforce with half your points, right? Yeah, 150 per counter as a separate mini list. So you'd make your tabletop force of 1,000, and then you'd make your little reinforcement list, which 1,000 points right there is already too much on the table, so I don't know if we're going to do reinforcements like that. So you must commit using reinforcements before the start of the game and inform your opponent. If the commitment of reinforcements means one side is now outnumbered, they can immediately withdraw. Okay, if I have 4 counters in one area and 4 counters attacking, that's 1,000, and then I'm going to be bringing in another 500 points. Or no, I guess 150 times 4. What's that? 600. Yeah, so I'm going to be playing with 1,600 points. That's too much. That's too many points. Maybe we'll allow reinforcements, but only a certain amount. Okay. Okay. If the commitment of reinforcements means that there are more than 4 counters per side, then this is allowed temporarily for the course of the battle. If at the end of the battle there are still more than 4 counters, they have to be moved back. Okay. Right. That's what I expected. Game scenario. There's no hard and fast rules on which scenario should be played on the tabletop. Let them decide. Oh, which scenario you want to use. Like out of the book, which scenario. As a referee, I'll decide. Because it could be meeting engagement. It could be counterattack, flanking force. I don't really even think of it like that. It's just attack and defend. Okay. After the battle. Here we go. After playing out the battle on the tabletop, the side that lost must withdraw. Okay. They have moved out of location to the adjacent location, as long as it's not occupied by the enemy, or as long as it wasn't the one that they attacked from. If there's no location for them to withdraw to, then they must surrender and are removed from the map. Okay, so that tells me the counter is destroyed. The side that loses the battle removes a... Okay, the side that loses the battle removes a single counter of their choice to represent casualties. Okay, so yeah, that's what I wanted to know. Okay, so if I play with 1,000 points and you wipe out half my army, right? You just kill half my tanks. Let's say I come in with 10 tanks or 12 tanks, let's say 3 tanks per counter, and then you blow up 6 of them, and then it forces me to withdraw. I'm going to withdraw, that's 4 counters, but I'm going to withdraw with 3 counters. So I replenish 3 of those tanks. Basically, now I'm back to having 9 tanks. That's kind of what I'm gathering is you lose 250 points when you lose a battle, or one counter, one platoon. If I only have 1 counter and you attack with 1 counter and I decide not to withdraw and you win the battle, I lose that. I don't withdraw. They're destroyed. Okay. But if I have 2, only 1 would withdraw because 1 has to be eliminated. Okay. Okay, so the way I'm going to probably do it is assign units to a counter. So each counter will have a number of troops. It'll be a platoon and some support elements. And if there are 2 platoons fighting it out, 2 counters fighting it out, and they lose and they have to withdraw, and you remove one of the counters, basically the survivors from one of those 2 platoons, basically the 2 platoons combine into a consolidated platoon. So as a tactical player, if that's your platoon, then you're out, right? Or if you and another person withdraw, whoever took the most casualties should probably be eliminated, but I'm going to leave that up to the players to decide who's eliminated, because that player maybe can... Because there's probably, honestly, to be honest, there's probably not going to be enough players playing for every player to have 1 counter. They're probably going to have 2 or 3 counters under their control. And then if they lose 1, they're still in with the other 2. Okay. Army list restrictions. It's not equipped with any Stug units or any Tiger units. Okay, so I don't really need to worry about building my Stugs for this. Panthers and Panzer IVs must be used throughout... Wait. These units may not be included in any German force in the campaign. Panthers and Panzer IVs must be used throughout. Likewise, the anti-tank units of the division were equipped with towed Pak 40s and a few Martyrs. Heavier tank hunters were only available later. Okay, so there's no like King Tigers or 88s. Okay. Well, I've got 3 Pak 40s. That's good. I've got 3 Martyrs. That's good. I got a bunch of Panthers and Panzer IVs. The Panzer Grenadiers were uniquely very well supplied with half tracks. Hey, hey. Okay. Um, each of the 4 battalions was mechanized. They can be taken as either armored with their half tracks or dismounted. And then this is the original maps right there, left and right side. When request, okay, now I've got issues with artillery. I'm curious how they address this. When requesting artillery, the maximum level of a German force can select is from a division. Okay, that's still too many. No corps or army level artillery is available throughout the campaign. It is not yet in place. Germans respond to the invasion, began bigger guns in position. The German player can only select units from the reconnaissance support section if the counter is located in the Reese counter. Okay, that's what I plan to do. The Reese counter, I plan to build a force around reconnaissance. Same thing with the engineers. Right here, engineers. I'm planning to build that counter around engineers. So it is a reconnaissance unit or it is a engineer unit. If both players agree and historical accuracy of the campaign is not primary, then the restrictions can be lifted. Nope, not going to do that. Canadian list. Although a fully motorized infantry division in name, the 3rd Canadian did not yet have its usual truck transports available. They had not arrived across the beaches. No infantry platoons or squads may take trucks. They must be on foot. Wait, what? That's the platoons, right? That's the platoons. Because they do have sections. The 3 Canadian armored units in the division were all equipped with Sherman tanks. No Churchills. Okay, engineering Churchills listed in engineering support may be included only whenever an engineer troops is available. Okay. I was thinking about getting a flail tank just to have one. Okay, the 3rd Anti-Tank Regiment attached to the division was equipped with M10s and towed 17-pounders. Okay, luckily I've got 17-pounders and M10s. Not built yet. The 17s are, the M10s aren't. Canadians' divisional artillery were rapid in position and provided very good support. All the divisional artillery batteries were equipped with self-propelled M8 priests. That's a typo. With 105s. Larger guns were not available. And Canadian player can only select from reconnaissance if it has the reconnaissance counter. 7th Reconnaissance Regiment from the 17th Duke Royal Canadian Hussars. Okay. Engineers, if the counter located is an engineer counter. If both players agree, right. Data cards, right. Okay, now this is interesting here. Initial map deployment. The campaign begins with Canadian counters placed on the map. Okay, and Germans too. This shows 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there's 8 counters total, right? There's a Reese counter. And other than that, it's just regular counters. And then the Germans, they have a Reese counter and a Reese counter. Okay, so they got 2 recce's. No engineers. Okay, no engineers anywhere. Just recce and regulars. How many do they have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So they both have 8. Reinforcements start to arrive on the campaign turn 2. It doesn't say day 2. Yeah, June 8th, turn 1, 2, and 3. June 9th, turn 4, 5, and 6. Okay, so it's turn 2. So initial deployment only, and then 1 Canadian counter, 1 German counter. So I was thinking that whatever player gets his troops eliminated would get the reinforcement. That'd be fair, right? Or if there are more players, if there's more than 8 players on a side, then they would just have to wait and come in later. I still don't. Okay, day 1, I don't see any engineers. Canadian, German, Canadian, German. This keeps it even. I don't know if it should be, right? You got to attack with more forces than you're defending, but okay. We got a giant gun. $17-pounder. Okay. June 9th. 1 and 1. Oh, here we go. Turn 5, Canadian. Turn 6, German. So far, we're keeping it even. Here we go. It took till June 10th, Canadian engineers, German engineers. Turn 9, Canadian engineers. Turn 10 plus. No counters. The total German player has a total of 14 counters, including 2 Reese and 2 engineers. 2 engineers right there. 1 engineer, 1 engineer. Got it. 14, 1 Reese, and 2 engineers. Okay, campaign victory. Throughout the campaign, keep track of which side wins each battle. And then basically you get victory points for every battle fought and won. And then the historical account. Stretcher. Okay. And then here's the army lists. And there's the Dingo that I just got in. It's a free upgrade. So you get 3 men walking. Transport in a Jeep for 2 points. Replace 3 men with Dingo. So you could just use a Dingo. You still are going to pay the 21 points for the forward headquarters, but a Jeep is 2 points. Why is a Dingo free? Unless it's saying, it should say replace Jeep with Dingo for free. Still got to pay the 2 points for the transport. That's what I would think. I'll look at other army lists to see how it compares. Forward air controller in a Jeep, or you can use a radio truck, or a Bren carrier, or a Humber. See, it says replace 2 men and Jeep with the Humber. This should say replace 3 men and Jeep with a Dingo. Okay, that's what I think it should say. But like, here's an infantry platoon that costs 94 points. Now, if remember, we're going 250 in a token. I guess you could have 2 platoons. You technically could have 2 platoons, because that'd be under 200 points. Yeah. And then you could take some support elements. And this is the reconnaissance. There's the reconnaissance platoon command, carrier teams, foot patrols, armored cars, sniper even. Okay, I'm jumping to the SS. There's their armored Panzer Grenadier platoon. That's expensive. Okay. You could technically take 2, because that would be 240. But then you're not going to go with any other options. You're not going to be able to take your half tracks and everything else. It makes me think that the Canadians are going to outnumber the Germans. But I guess if they go with 1 platoon, well, I can't take a Panther platoon. That's 235. But you could throw in just a Panzer IV for 56 or a Panther for 90. So you would have a tank running around with your Panzer Grenadiers. Okay, now I'm taking a look at the artillery. Okay, 2 howitzers is 90 points. And it doesn't add to your battle rating. Well, it shouldn't. What is R? Regulars. R is regular. Okay, they're veterans. Now you can just take a bunch of squads or throw an additional squad in there. I think I want to shave today. I got kind of this starting to itch. I give them a pack a 50, but they shouldn't, right? They're supposed to upgrade to the 75. But this army list says you can take the 50s, right? And this is army list who's been modified for this campaign. So 26 points or 42 points for an anti-tank gun. Reconnaissance support. See, now these guys, they can take the normal restrictions is lifted, so I can take as many options of these as I want. So I could spend all 250 points on just armored cars if I wanted. I wouldn't, but like Pumas, I'm just gonna say 30 points. How many would that be? Uh, Almost what? Five of them would be 150 points. I'm not gonna take five Pumas, but then you'd have no infantry running around. They could take a recon 251 or a foot patrol. Yeah. 36. This comes with transport and half a squad. This is and a machine gun, so foot patrol is 8 guys. For 40 points because I'm upgrading. Okay. I'm not spending points right now. I'm just kind of looking. Assault Pioneer Squad. Part of the engineer support. There's recovery vehicles. But yeah. I'd make a Pioneer platoon. Shoot, that's gonna be like 126 points. And then if I give them a -7, okay, they're all in. Okay, they get medium trucks, period. And they get, yeah, so that medium truck carries the whole squad. Restricted. Restricted. Okay, I think that means you can only get one of them. Unique means you can only get one of them. What is restricted? I'd have to look it up. Okay, artillery for the Germans. Off table. Okay, I'm noticing they don't have any off table artillery. They've got a request option, which is a roll to see if it comes in. Still pretty easy, but it's still a roll, and that's cheap. Yeah, that's the end, right? Yeah, that's the end. Yeah, and they can take divisional artillery, fire mission requests. So this off-table request, right? You got to roll to see if, depending on the level of your priority, you have to see if you can get it. If you can, then you have to make a comms check. Basically, you just say, I'm going to roll for regimental or I'm going to roll for divisional. And if you choose to roll for regimental, you only have to roll a 3 or better comms check. If you make that, then you roll randomly to see which of these two you get. Yeah, it's a couple of rolls you can fail, but for 20 points for first target priority, that's cheap, I think. You can go 10 point for a timed barrage. Okay, well that you got to pick a time ahead of time and then fire it in. You're going to pick it where you think the defenders are going to be. You could do a time to 150. Yeah. And it is 109, 190. Those are the planes that I've got. I also have Flak 88s. Specialist support. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's all I wanted to talk about. All right, guys. I'm gonna call the video here. I thought I'd be going on a little bit longer, but I've decided I want to go shave. Plus, I don't know what I want to do next on these guys. I might start working on the P dot camouflage. Yeah, because we got the tires. I could do the tracks. I could. It's going to take me a couple of days because this is way more than I anticipated. I thought it would be super quick to knock all these out, but it's only because there's 100 of them that makes it more difficult. They're not literally 100, but yeah, this is where we're going to call the video, and I will see you in the next one. Take care.